All right, everybody, we're here. We're about to cover the convention. We started a little late because of the protests, but thanks for joining. I'm going to send you over to the convention right now. They're playing like a video. Hold on. Here we go. There it is. Okay, is this working? You can't hear anything yet, I don't think. Why can't you hear? Let me figure this out why you can't hear. Can you hear? No, you can't hear yet. So I gotta reset something here. Hang on a moment. Let me fix this so you can actually hear what's going on. We'll fix this so you can hear what's going on. Might have to reset something here. Is this gonna do it? Oh, I know what it is.
Donald Trump abandons vulnerable people. Kamala Harris protects them. Donald Trump bullies scientists. Kamala Harris believes them. Our next two speakers will tell us why that's so important. Please welcome Brian Wallach and Sandra Abravaya.
Oh, no music. Well, I played a little music. Whatever, it happens sometimes. Anyways, I gotta be on top of the music stuff. Hold on a second here. Sorry about that. Generally speaking, I try to avoid playing the music, but whatever, we'll deal with it.
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign. We met while working on the Obama-Biden. We believe in the power of organizing. Then we found each other. The day we brought our second daughter home from the hospital, Brian was diagnosed with ALS. I was told I had 6 months to live. That was 7 years ago. We could not change Brian's diagnosis, but we knew how to organize. So we co-founded a nonprofit called I Am ALS, and thousands of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access to treatments, all of which President Biden signed into law. We will also keep fighting alongside patients living with Parkinson's, young onset dementia, and Alzheimer's. We've seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds, just like what Brian has been doing for 7 years. And that is what we need right now to elect Kamala Harris. She's the daughter of a breast cancer researcher. She knows the promise of science and that patients need to be able to get the care they need wherever they live. We all want to make life better for the next generation and believe that people like Brian can be the first generation of survivors. And we can make life better for our caregivers, too. Brian and I are still driven by hope and by faith in what we can do collectively, and that includes the power of our vote. This November, we are voting for our future. Because we plan to be around for it.
I gotta kill the music. I can't have the music playing all the time. ALS is I don't have to tell you, it's a really terrible disease. Hold on a second. Sorry. A really, really terrible ALS. So I'm glad he is surviving. Hold on a second here. Sorry.
I've known Brian and Sandra for years. In fact, Sandra was my personal press secretary. You will not find a more courageous couple. Let's give Brian and Sandra another round of applause. In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now forget for a moment Donald Trump's wild claims. He lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed. He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed. His record was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there is no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Donald Trump reminds us of a boss we all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this, Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started. Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again. On the other hand, let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away. They added over 6 million jobs on top of that. 16 million jobs in total. 16 million. Today, more roads are getting fixed, more factories are being built, more Americans are working construction, and more auto workers are making cars than on any month when Trump was president. And we know behind every job is a person or community forever changed. Data centers in Wisconsin, semiconductors in Pennsylvania, electric vehicles in Michigan. Yes. Hello, Michigan. These investments mean strong economy, growing public schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders. These investments mean hope. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities. Fight to bring back American manufacturing. My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family's story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad, and because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to get by, but to get ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together. Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are joining the trades. My son is a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. Not just for the great career and the financial security that all us parents want for our kids, but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Please welcome Ohio Representative Joyce Beatty.
Okay, I have to turn off the music while they're bringing her out. As soon as the music's over, I'll play it. Hold on a second. Thanks. Okay, here we go.
I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress. I was born in the Buckeye State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio. But as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and Silicon Valley, cozying up with billionaires while trashing our communities. JD has been our senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing. He's been busy writing the foreword to the book from the Project 2025 guide. While JD and Donald Trump have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our internet, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as JD and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America today. With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion investment. And that's not just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good-paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it. and I saw her leadership style up close, a rare combination of brilliance, legal expertise, and patience. You see, it's simple. JD and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us. And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz. America, are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics once and for all? Well, the era of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, it's me. It's Steve. Hold on a second. So, next speaker, hold on. I am actually making some food while this is going on because I have not eaten lunch today. So I can't play the music while there's music playing. Hold on. Hang on a moment. So I can't play the music, so I'm not playing the music. I'm trying not to play the music. And this is, I believe it is, I think it's a bunch of people, different representatives from various unions, I believe it is. Once I eat, I'll start putting captions up on the screen when people speak. I got to eat, though, so I'm making some food right now. Hold on.
Union, yes! Union, yes! Union, yes! Union, yes! All right. I'm Lee Saunders, president of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. 4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Within weeks, they passed the American Rescue Plan, pulling the economy back from the brink and putting us back to work. They're guided by a basic principle: more freedom for working people, including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
And I am the president of SEIU, representing 2 million service and care workers. We're all in for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us. Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line, and she walked a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern-day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century and an economy that is ready for the future. It is going to be together that we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union. And we are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement. A movement that is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class. And we are going to end poverty wage work for once and for all. So let's do the work. Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher in a new era of worker power, and together we will win the future. Let's go get it.
I'm Brent Booker, and I'm proud to represent LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America. We're construction workers, public employees, and postal mail handlers. For decades, we've fought for more investment in our infrastructure. While Trump made empty promises, the Biden-Harris administration delivered. Now we're rebuilding highways, bridges, and tunnels, and powering a clean energy and manufacturing boom. Thanks to them, our members can buy a home, put their kids through school, retire with dignity. As president, Kamala Harris will keep fighting for workers who are building America. Hello, I'm Kenny Cooper representing 840,000 IBW members, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The IBW powers America, from fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants, storm restoration to power lines, and we've been doing it for over 130 years. Today, we're building a new energy future while providing great paying jobs and a stable retirement for all working families. Every step of the way, Kamala Harris has been there for us. She's bringing back American manufacturing to forgotten places throughout our country. She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plan. She's lifted our apprentices up all over the nation. And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union. She has came through for all of us, and it's our turn to come through for her. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claude Cummings, Jr., President of CWA, the Communication Workers of America. We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic. Millions of American families didn't have access to high-speed internet at home. Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots. But as Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass the largest investment in broadband ever. She gave CWA members a seat at the table so we could work to connect every household to the internet while creating good union jobs. Listen, we don't play at CWA. And we're fired up. Are you fired up tonight? Are you fired up? Are you fired up? We're fired up to work with our next president, Kamala Harris.
economic visions. One where families live paycheck to paycheck, where people have no right to join a union. A CEO's dream, but a worker's nightmare. Or an opportunity economy, where we lower the costs of groceries, prescriptions, and housing. Where we go after big pharma, corporate landlords, and price gougers. Where there's no such thing as a man's job or a woman's job, or like Donald Trump would say, a black job. Just a good union job. That's the future our President Joe Biden has fought for. And that's the future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
Hey guys, let me just say a quick thank you for your support. I owe some thank yous here. Thank you so much to Kate Hikes, Marcus Peterson, Mark, Al III, Andrew Schlegel, PH Survivor 92, Pixel Panda, Sweetums, Future, Deb N, and Maria Madrigal. Thank you so much. We'll get you back over to, this is Karen Bass, I believe. Am I right about this? I'll have to check. Karen Bass, Mayor of Los Angeles.
Are you as excited as I am? I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children, a belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are. Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead. Now I know Kamala, and she feels the importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children, being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
All right, is there more music? Let's see. I gotta mute the
music.
music.
Please welcome Grammy-nominated country music star Mickey Guyton.
How y'all doing?
I'm gonna have to mute this. All right, hold on. Hang on, everybody. I cannot play the copyrighted music. Ironically, ironically, I was just about to eat. So I'm going to eat after Mickey Guyton sings because I can't play the copyrighted music. So I really appreciate you guys being here. We did a whole stream on the protests going on in Chicago this afternoon, and we are bringing you live coverage of the Democratic Convention just as we covered the Republican Convention. Hillary Clinton is supposed to be speaking later. The First Lady will be speaking later. Joe Biden will be speaking later. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will be speaking later. I have pinned the schedule of speakers. at the top of the chat on Twitch, and I thought it was pinned on Twitch. It was definitely pinned. It's definitely pinned on YouTube. Did it go away on Twitch or something? What happened with that? Why don't I see it on Twitch? It was pinned on Twitch. Not anymore. Do I have to do it again? Anyways, I'll do it again on Twitch. I think the mods are posting it on Facebook as well, pinning it there too. So those are just some of the speakers coming up tonight. But is Hillary Clinton still speaking? Yes, she is speaking. So I'm gonna as soon as Mickey Guyton is done singing and there's another speaker, I'm actually gonna eat because I haven't eaten lunch yet. But I mean, the stream is gonna keep going, but I'll be able to be a little more present after I eat because I need to eat something. Really appreciate all of our moderators who are here. We have Cynthia Moon is here moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry on X, Sarah 55. Ruth Krafasi on Twitch, David Green, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, we have moderating. Kay Lowry Body is there. Thank you so much, Kay. I really appreciate you being there. And any of the other moderators I might be missing. And who else? Ronald Egnor is moderating. Thank you, Ronald. Margaret Riley as well. Thank you. So again, I'm sorry I can't play the singing. Just like the previous stream, I can't play the copyrighted music. So when she is finished, I will turn the audio back on, and I will start eating my food in the next room over. But I will be coming into mute music, as the case may be. And there's again, I have posted. I was going to post the list of speakers in Twitch again. I already did it in YouTube. Speaker schedule. Will this stay pinned? Let's see. Pin this message. Oh, it is pinned. I guess it is pinned in Twitch. All right. She's done. Okay. Hang on a second. Let's see. And after I eat, I'll start putting up the captions for who is speaking. I got to eat something first. All right, hold on. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I think she's going to introduce somebody.
As we look ahead to our collective future, it's important to reflect on all the incredible progress that we've made in the last 4 years. The Biden-Harris administration laid the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient nation. They invested in critical infrastructure, delivered relief when disaster struck, and made healthcare more affordable. Kamala Harris cares. And unlike Donald Trump, she has a plan, not just for the next 4 or 8 years, but for generations to come. Now, let's hear from some of my fellow state executives about how Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are investing in the long-term future for our nation.
Is there going to be music, or can I play it? Let's see. If no music, I can play it. Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to disappear for a second.
I'm Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis. I'm the proud son of a union bus driver from Pittsburgh. Every day, my dad would come home and tell me about how our roads and bridges were in disrepair.
President Trump promised us Infrastructure Week over and over again. He really didn't care, though, and it never happened. But President Biden and Vice President Harris are on our side. They brought together Democrats and Republicans to get it done. We got I-95 in Philly fixed in less than 2 weeks. We repaired the Fern Hollow Bridge in Pittsburgh in record time. Right now, we're repairing roads and bridges across Pennsylvania, including in Pittsburgh, the city of bridges. And Vice President Harris is looking forward. She's committed to keeping our infrastructure safe and modern. When I think about the future, I think about my daughter Harper and all of America's children. Investing in them means investing in our infrastructure. It means replacing millions of lead pipes. It means providing clean air, clean water, safe roads and bridges, not just for us, but for generations to come. That's the legacy that President Biden is leaving our children. Let's keep building bridges to the future with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's work.
In Wisconsin, we also need leaders by our side. I'm Wisconsin's Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez, but long before I took office, I was a registered nurse. I served in the Peace Corps at the height of HIV/AIDS and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics. During the COVID pandemic, Trump and Wisconsin Republicans failed to protect our health. That's why I ran for office and flipped a red district blue. Because once a nurse, always a nurse. Now Trump is promising to terminate the Affordable Care Act, meddling in personal decisions between a woman and her doctor, and threatening to slash Medicare. Vice President Harris fights for our health. She'll defend women's reproductive freedom and protect Medicare and Medicaid. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, insulin is capped at $35 a month for seniors. And they negotiated down the prices of 10 more life-saving drugs like Eliquis and Jardiance for Americans on Medicare. Kamala will continue to take on Big Pharma and lower the cost of prescriptions for everyone. Of course, healthcare isn't just about drugs and treatment. It's about freedom. The freedom to make your own choices and the freedom to get the care you need without worrying about the cost. Kamala Harris is fighting for that healthy future.
Let me tell y'all about Texas leadership. I'm County Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents of Harris County. Harris County includes Houston. Texas Governor Ann Richards said, "I've been tested by fire, and the fire lost." In the years I've been in office, we've dealt with chemical fires. We've dealt with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic. When that last disaster struck, Donald Trump abandoned us. He spread misinformation that cost lives. Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet, she called me to make sure we had what we needed. Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. The very week she launched her campaign, she was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance right after Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that, and Houston is thriving. We deserve leaders who acknowledge the threats, heck, the existence of climate change. We deserve tough leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I can personally attest that Kamala is a leader who has our back. I'm California's Lieutenant Governor, Eleni Kounalakis, but I hold another title just as dear to me, Kamala Harris's friend. I met her when we were both young women trying to navigate the halls of power. I worked in housing. She had just been elected district attorney. We got frequent lunches together, and she was funny and fun. She was also a great mentor. Once, I told her about a professional experience of being minimized because I was a woman. She put her fork down and said, "Eleni, never let anybody make you feel small." I saw her put that creed into action. When Wall Street foreclosed on millions of homes, Washington wisdom was that $4 billion was the best you could do. Other attorneys general agreed. But because Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home, she knew that wasn't enough for all the working families who got screwed over. So she put her foot down and refused to settle for less. Kamala Harris won $20 billion from the big banks for California homeowners. And that's because she cares. She cares so much that if you're lucky enough to be her friend, she calls you on her birthday, and sometimes she sings to you. She called me on mine right when I had decided to run for lieutenant governor. She asked tough questions. I promised I'd follow her lead and invest in the future. Together, we shattered that glass ceiling, California, and got to work. I am so glad the country is getting to see the Kamala that I've known for decades. For Californians and Pennsylvanians, for Texans and Wisconsinites, for states red and blue and everything in between, President Biden and Vice President Harris have been investing in our future and are on our side, and we are not going back.
Do you know about Project 2025?
The far right's playbook.
It is Trump's vision for America's future.
I can't play the music. I'm sorry, I can't play the music. So it's Steve. I am eating right now. I'm not eating literally this as I'm talking to you, but I am in the process of eating. So when they play these videos on the convention, they'll have background music, and I can't play the music. So, anyways, I am eating, and as I will keep bringing you the speakers, and then when I'm done eating, I'll be able to put captions up of who the speakers are. I have posted a speaker schedule I have pinned it to the top of the chat on Twitch and YouTube, and it is also, I think, pinned on Facebook as well. So you can go look and see who the speakers are if you don't catch who it is. But I will, as soon as I'm done eating, I'll come back and do that. But I have to come back and forth to just make sure the music isn't being played. So let's see here. I'm looking over the schedule myself. Excuse me. I'll actually post a link to the speaker schedule right now. Oh, hold on a moment. Okay, hold on. I'm going to send you to the speaker now. Here we go.
Hello! I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and this is Project 2025. Now, over the next 4 nights, you are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out, putting it out on the internet for everybody to read. So, we read it. And whatever you think it might be, it is so much worse. Tonight, I want to tell you about just one aspect of Project 2025. It's planned to turn Donald Trump into a dictator. Okay, right here on page 535, it says, quote, reissue Trump's Schedule F executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump gets back into the White House, he's going to fire civil servants like intelligence officers, engineers, and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda. They're talking about replacing the entire federal government with an army of loyalists who answer only to Donald Trump. I know. All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force. That is not how it works in America. That's how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law. But that's not who we are. because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump. We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man. The truth is, there's only one way to stop him, and to stop Project 2025. How do we do it? We elect Kamala Harris this November. We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
Please welcome California Senator LaFonza Butler.
Intro music. I have to stop the intro music. Sorry. I'll put the sound on in a second when the music is over. Maybe right now.
Democrats, California delegates, make some noise. It's great to see so many familiar faces. And I can't forget the state that I was born and raised in. Mississippi Democrats, let everybody hear you. Democrats, before I joined the Senate, I was a leader in the labor movement. So I know a champion for the people when I see one. I met Kamala Harris when she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away. What really impressed me was how well she got to know my family. My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla. And as soon as Nyla heard that Miss Kamala was running for president, she asked if she could be vice president. So, no disrespect to Governor Walz, but Nyla put her name in first. Vice President Harris and I share a lot in common. We both graduated from historically black colleges. Me from Jackson State University. The Vice President from Howard University. We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us. And we both believe that every single one of us has the power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead. She knew a better future was possible if we stood side by side with our neighbors and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and protecting public safety. As state attorney general, together with students, she put a scam college out of business. After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes. She took on the biggest banks in the world and won a settlement 5 times what was initially offered. Every time she walked into a courtroom, she would simply say, Kamala Harris for the people. For her, it wasn't just a professional oath. It was a battle cry. And let's be clear, to her opponents, this way of seeing the world, the idea of fighting for someone other than yourself is unthinkable. But let me tell you, Democrats, what's really unthinkable. Conning young people who simply want a good education is unthinkable. Stiffing hardworking laborers like Donald Trump did in Atlantic City is unthinkable. Bragging about having ripped away a woman's freedom to choose what she does with her own body is unthinkable. And Democrats, Americans, we deserve better. We deserve a president who is tough, not just tough talking. One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. And one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type. Democrats, that president, the president that we deserve, that president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
It's music time, which means I have to come back for a second to turn off the music. Oh, what's going on here? Hold on, I'm still eating. Hold on, hang on.
I'm Deja Fox, and I'm so excited to be here today from Arizona. That's right, that's where I was born and raised by a single mom. I was a free lunch kid, raised in public housing, and I got my health care at Planned Parenthood. Because of policies that lift people up, I walked through the gates of my dream school as a first-generation college student. People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back. Not some power-hungry millionaire reality TV personality who only cares about himself. We need Kamala Harris. She'll deliver a future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future where any free lunch kid can walk through the gates of their dream college. For young people, this is a fight for our future. We have a responsibility to do this, and we have a responsibility to do it right, and that's why we're gonna show up for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And here now, with a musical performance, is Jason Isbell. Thank you.
All right, I can't do the music, so I am interrupting my meal again. I'm almost finished eating. But not quite. But during this musical performance, I will come on the air. So I am sorry. I am almost done eating. And we're bringing you live coverage of the convention. As soon as I'm done eating, I will be back here and be able to put captions up on the different speakers. But I'm going to post in the chat right now. I have pinned it to the chat, and I am posting a list of speakers in the chat right now. List of speaker schedule. I'm going to post the speaker schedule right now in the chat. I just posted it for you. By the way, quick thanks to Mayo in Blue Ridger 28 and A Moment of Lovely in Mao Wharf and Boomer Wow and NJ Prepper in Sweetums for your support of the channel. And also, I want to thank, one moment here, Jebsy, thanks for your support on Twitch, and JCon and Schmoopy, thanks for your support on Twitch. And shout out to all of our moderators. You guys, are awesome. Ruth Krafasi here moderating right now. And Sarah55. Linda Belkin Larry on X over there on Twitch. David Green, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley on Facebook, and any ones I might, Christina Neal, and any other mods who I might be missing. So I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you so much. And, excuse me. So, again, I'm sorry I can't play the song, but just like with the Republican convention, I cannot play the copyrighted music. If you missed it, we did a stream earlier where we covered the protest activity. And you can go watch that if you'd like. We did that this afternoon. And we will be bringing you live coverage every night from the convention this week, Monday through Thursday. And if there's protest activity during the day, we will cover that as well. Tonight, coming up speaking, I'm looking at the schedule. We have coming up speaking, the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, is going to speak. The Governor of New York is going to speak after her, Kathy Hochul. A couple speakers after that, Steve Kerr, the basketball coach, is going to speak. Shawn Fain, the president of the UAW. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Hillary Clinton is going to speak in a little bit. James Clyburn. Jamie Raskin, Jasmine Crockett, and then skipping ahead a bit, Governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, Raphael Warnock, Senator of Georgia, First Lady Jill Biden. The president's daughter, Ashley Biden, is going to introduce President Biden, who will be the last speaker of the night. So I appreciate you guys being here. And again, after I eat, I'll put captions up when people are speaking. Hold on. I think we're getting close. Now, these videos tend to have music under them, so I can't play them if they have the music.
To spend his...
Yeah, I can't play it with the music on it. I'm sorry. Anyways, I think as soon as this video is over, the next speaker is going to come on, and I will let you listen to the next speaker. And I will be checking for other big news happening while this is going on. Okay, hold on a second here. Hang on.
Please welcome former Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo.
Okay, hold on. Here she is. All right. Here we go.
Hello, Democrats. Hello, Chicago. It's a great honor for me to be here this evening. You know, long before I was the governor of Rhode Island, I was a little girl growing up there in a middle-class family. My dad found his American dream in a watch factory in Providence. And that job gave him a way to provide for our family, a community for him to belong to, and so much pride. But like so many Americans in the 80s, after 25 years of his hard work, his job and the job of all of his friends was shipped overseas. You know, years later, my dad said to me, Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down. And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed economic strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, but frankly, manufacturing left my state Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all across America, factories shuttered, communities got hollowed out, and people were left without their job, without hope, without the dignity that comes with a decent job. And you know, Republican economic policy failed Rhode Island. How do I know that? Because when I took office, first Democrat elected governor in a couple of decades, I inherited one of the worst economies in the country. It was a mess. But we got to work and we turned it around. We turned it around with a pro-business, pro-worker agenda. Kamala Harris has that same agenda. She knows we need an economy where the costs are low and opportunities abound. An economy where people can show up to their jobs with dignity and pride. She has a new economic vision for America. You know how she knows that? She knows it because just like me, Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home. Her mom worked to cure breast cancer by day and feed her family at night. And as an adult, Kamala worked to lock up sex offenders and violent criminals by day. And she took care of her sick mother at night. Kamala Harris gets it. She gets that so many Americans work so hard every day and they're barely getting by. And that is not right. It is a fundamental economic principle. Hard work ought to pay off. We believe in that. And that's why the Vice President is committed to building the opportunity economy, an economy that rewards ambition, an economy that rewards hard work. She believes in an America where everyone, regardless of who you are, what you have, where you started, you got a chance to get ahead in this country. Kamala Harris will give more than 100 middle-class Americans a tax cut. She'll build 3 million new homes for the middle class. And she's going to forge an economy with fair competition, free from monopolies. Monopolies that crush workers and small businesses and startups. Kamala Harris will make building up the middle class a defining goal of her presidency. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he's going to double down on his worst economic ideas. The same ideas that shipped my dad's job overseas. Ideas that don't work. We know they don't work because they never have. He wants another huge tax cut for the wealthy. He wants to put his corrupt buddies in charge of the economy. And he wants a sales tax that's going to supercharge inflation. We cannot afford Donald Trump's failed economic ideas. But here's the thing, the most important thing. Kamala Harris works for the people. Kamala Harris works for you. And Donald Trump is in it for himself. As our president, Kamala Harris will build an economy where everyone, and she means everyone, can find and live their American dream. So let's put her in the Oval Office. Thank you.
All right, I have to. Sorry, I'm really almost done eating. Hold on.
Trump voter.
No, I can't play the music. So it is Steve here. I have about 2 minutes more of eating to do, but I keep having to run in here when they play music because I'm not allowed to play the background music. So the next speaker is going to be the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, is speaking next. Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. I am almost done eating. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I hadn't eaten all day. It was not a great eating day, but we got a bunch of coverage of news, which is good. So Governor Hochul from New York is going to speak next. And then there's another speaker, and then Steve Kerr, the basketball coach. And I want to say in around, when is Hillary Clinton speaking? Oh, that's fairly soon. Fairly soon, actually, Hillary Clinton is speaking. Okay. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here.
Kathy Hochul.
Kathy Hochul. All right, hold on. Kathy Hochul speaking. Give it a second. Give it a second here. Hang on one moment. Let me just get this here. Kathy Hochul is speaking. Is this going to work? Ooh. Reuters is having an issue with their feed. One moment, please. Reuters is having a little bit of an issue with their feed. So I have to wait until Reuters gets their feed fixed. What happened to the Reuters feed? Reuters feed is stuck for a second. So I will talk to you until they fix it. Why it's stuck, I don't know. It's the first problem I've ever seen with their convention feed. But give me one moment. Give me one moment here. You're going to see me in a second. Okay, it's me. I'm here. I'm here. Why is the Reuters feed stuck? Let's see. Is it still stuck or not? Yeah, it's still stuck. I don't know if it's stuck. No, I think it is stuck. Hang on. Oh, hey, there she is. There she is. Hold on. Let me get you her audio.
And those values have always defined the people of my state. Well, most of us anyway. Donald Trump was born a New Yorker, but ended up a fraud, a philanderer, and a felon. He wasn't raised with the New York values that I know. He never had to worry about childcare costs or groceries or rent. He never had to worry about anything or anyone but himself. Trust me, America. If you think you're tired of Donald Trump, talk to a New Yorker. We've had to deal with him for 78 long years. The fraud, the tax dodging, the sham university, the shady charities. We've seen him stiff contractors, rip off workers. He abuses women, brags about it, and then takes away their rights. And New Yorkers are sick of it. It's no wonder he had a fleet of Mar-a-Lago. Sorry about that, Florida. Sorry about that. Trump hasn't spent much time in New York lately, except that is to get convicted of 34 felonies. And that's just fine with us, because New York's motto is Excelsior, ever upward. And Trump takes us ever downward. Because here's what Trump never understood. America isn't a luxury good to be bought and sold by the privileged and powerful few. America, we just can't afford another 4 years of that. We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems to solve. And we need leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala. And look no further than the city of Syracuse, where a company called Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor. It's the largest private investment in American history, and it's going to create 50,000 good-paying jobs. The Biden-Harris administration has made the most significant investments in our economy in generations. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue to build an opportunity economy for all. My friends, history's watching us. Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together, we must protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream. And together, we must elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. Thank you.
Okay, they're playing more music. They're playing more music, so I have to take. I have finished eating, and I need about 5 more minutes to just get fully back in here. But they are playing more music. But more speakers to come. We next speaker will be. We have the region. So we can have the regional organizing director for Delaware County, and then in the next hour. I guess they're a little behind, but Steve Kerr, the basketball player, and then Shawn Fain, the head of the UAW, and then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez after that. So I appreciate you being here for our live coverage. It's Steve. I am here. And if you give me a moment, I will get on the screen. If you give me 2 seconds here. And I am just finishing up. Oops, are we back? No, we're not back yet. I'm here. See, I'm here. So I appreciate you being here. We got a bunch of speakers coming up who you probably know. And Hillary Clinton's going to speak in a bit. And eventually President Biden is going to speak. So I appreciate our moderators. And thanks also to Zelderon and Martin Gingrich for your support. Thank you. Thank you so much. The mods. Thanks, Zelderon, for shouting out the mods. But I got to eat, which is good. I hope you are having a good evening, and I do, again, appreciate you being here for our coverage, and we will be covering every night of the convention. The person who just spoke was Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York. So I'll need about 5 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes to kind of fully get back here. I just finished eating right now. But sorry I can't play the music, but it's just the way, it was the same thing with the Republican convention. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. I don't think they did they do the roll call yet or not? They're doing a ceremonial roll call this week. The delegates actually already voted for Harris. Oh, thanks to Tim747. I appreciate that, Tim747. Thank you. Hold on. What's going on? What's happening? Okay, Kamala Harris is making an appearance. She is making an appearance. Now, I can't play. They're playing like, I don't think she's speaking. I don't think she's going to say that much because this is not her speech. Well, I guess she's going to say something, but she is appearing. There she is. Her big speech is Thursday. It's not tonight. Her big speech is Thursday. But again, I can't play the Beyonce song, so there you go. All right. Everybody very excited to see her? They still playing the music?
Good evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us, let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
Well, there you go. She spoke. Yeah, remember her big speech. That was not her big speech. Her big speech is Thursday, but she did. I don't know if it was a surprise appearance. Maybe people knew she was going to speak. I didn't know she was going to speak tonight, but her big speech will be on Thursday. That's like the acceptance speech on Thursday. But there you go. So you got to see Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris. Let's see. We're going to have another speaker now. Well, let's see.
Tony Goldwyn.
Music. Here we go.
Hello, Chicago. And hello to everyone tuning in from all across America. Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act? I'm just saying. Now, as our Vice President just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools, the future of our freedom, the future of our very democracy. We will see the vision of our nominee. It is a vision of stability, security, and opportunity for everyday Americans, where we continue to grow this economy by growing the middle class, and where the safety of our children, our families, and our communities are a fundamental civil right. It is a future where, instead of scoffing at allies and fawning over dictators, our president stands up for our friends, faces down our adversaries, and American democracy remains a beacon of hope and inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together. We'll learn the story of a leader who has dedicated her life to doing the work of making good on the promise of America. A leader who understands the middle class because she grew up in the middle class. A leader who has taken on powerful interests at every step of her career and fought for the rights and freedoms of all of us. And then, of course, we will hear again from the Democratic nominee herself, the next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Because she has a message for us. It is a message that's joyful, not mean-spirited. A message of public service, not self-service. A message of optimism and opportunity, not chaos and division. A message that has woken us up to who we are, to who we've always been. Because Americans are not a cynical people. We are not small-minded. And whether we realize it right now or not, we are currently already writing a new chapter of the American story. And we can dream as big as we want. So I just want to ask you, are you excited? Yeah? Well, good. Are you ready? Okay. Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Because when we fight, what happens? We win. And we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun. So let's get started.
Okay, I cannot. Oh, is Steve Kerr going to speak now? Maybe Steve Kerr is speaking now. That's Steve Kerr right there. I think he's about to speak. But I can't play the music. But that is basketball coach Steve Kerr, and he is about to come out. And there he is right there. There he is right there. Okay, here's Steve Kerr.
Thank you.
They're playing the music still. They're still playing the music. Still playing the music. Let's see. Let's wait till he starts speaking. He is speaking. Let's see. Has he started yet?
Fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days, and I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, Players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts, it was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right. But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. After the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Let me. Hold on. If there's music, I can't play it.
Do not sell it. We're going to get those jobs coming back, and we're going to fill up those factories. So it's going to.
There is some background music, so I'm going to hold off on playing it. We are here live, Democratic Convention. I'm done eating after our stream earlier today, and here I am. So we're bringing you live coverage. Coming up very soon, well, coming up next is Shawn Fain, the president of the United Automobile Workers. He is next. And then after Shawn Fain will be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, House of Representatives representative from New York. And then two speakers after that will be Hillary Clinton. So that's the speakers coming up. And then a few speakers after that, we're going to hear eventually from, well, a little bit after that, we'll hear from the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and then President Biden. So that is coming up. And hold on a second here. Hold on.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain.
Here's Shawn Fain right now. I gotta turn down the music. Shawn Fain, president of United Auto Workers. Here we go. All right.
All right. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance, two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab. That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump
did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Shawn, that was Shawn Fain.
Please welcome New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, here we go. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute the music and then I will play her audio. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is speaking. So hang on a moment, just gonna mute the music and I will let you listen to her.
Chicago! Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Wow. How about that AOC? Good Lord. So Kamala Harris's story begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah. In a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another. with a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
Okay, it's me. I am here because they're playing music underneath the video. So I'm sorry I can't play the video, but when they play music on the videos, I am not allowed to play that music. So anyways, coming up after a couple energetic speeches we just saw from, hey, we just saw Steve Kerr, the basketball coach, Shawn Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, House of Representatives member from New York. I believe we have next coming up are two friends of Kamala Harris who are supposed to speak, I think, together. And then after the friends of Kamala Harris speak together, then Hillary Clinton will be speaking. So Hillary Rodham Clinton is supposed to be speaking after the next group of two speakers. So that is coming up shortly. And I appreciate you guys being here. And thanks so much for your support. JD, thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you, Michael A, for the gift memberships. Very kind of you. Thanks to Fermilab for your support. Thanks also for your support on Twitch, Peace Frog and Benji G98. We're going to be covering the convention every night this week. We had a stream earlier today on protest activity. That got pretty intense for a bit, for a medium length bit, I would say, and we're going to maybe be doing more of that coverage depending on the protests as the week goes forward, and we will be here every night with the DNC coverage like we covered the Republican convention. Also, if some other big news happens, we may be doing other big live news streams too, like the Middle East or whatever. We'll have to see. But again, Hillary Clinton, it looks like she'll be speaking after the next group of two speakers. Is the protesting over now? I'm not aware of any big protesting going on right now, but there are supposed to be protests throughout the week. Throughout the week, there are supposed to be protests. So that is something definitely I'll be keeping an eye on. And if the news warrants, we will cover more of it. And I appreciate you, the people in the chat, participating in the chat, and looking forward to bringing you more coverage. Again, I am sorry I can't. This was the same thing as Republican convention. I wish I could play all the videos, but it's just I don't have the rights to the music in the stream. So I can play the stream, but the music is its own separate thing. So I don't play the videos with the music under them. And I don't play, oh, hold on. Here we go. I think this is Friends of Kamala Harris coming out, childhood friends. Let's see here. Yeah, so this is Stacey Johnson Batiste and Joris Johnson, childhood friends of Kamala Harris.
Good evening. I'm Stacey Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson. We are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
All right, I believe Hillary Clinton is next. I think Hillary Clinton is next. I think.
Please welcome former Secretary of State
Here you
Hillary
go.
Clinton.
Hillary Clinton now, guys. Okay. Oh, hold on. All right. I got to mute the music, but Hillary Clinton, there she is. So we are now going to listen to Hillary Clinton speaking. As soon as the music stops, I will put her volume on and you guys can hear it. Here we go. Hold on. They're playing more music. They are playing more music. But I will let you hear what she said. No, they're still playing. They're still playing music. They're still playing the music.
Thank you.
No, they're still playing the music. Let's see. Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and confidence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. My friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Okay, I have to turn off the music, but that was Hillary Rodham Clinton. Certainly the crowd there was excited to see her and hear her. We have coming up a little later tonight, President Biden will be speaking. So we'll see him speak. The First Lady will also be speaking. And a number of other speakers. I appreciate you guys being here for our coverage. Oops, hold on.
And on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. So, I'm just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like? Let's go back to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people. And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
All right, I have to just not play the music. I'm going to put his name on. That is James Clyburn, member of the U.S. House of Representatives from South Carolina. Jim Clyburn from South Carolina is about to speak right now, and as soon as the music stops, here we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproductive freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next President and Vice President of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
I think they're a little behind schedule. Hold on. Oh, I can't play the music. I can't play the music. You know, I think they're a little behind schedule because it's 9:16 local time, and there are 3 more speakers on the schedule until it's supposed to be 9 p.m. time. So the only reason I mentioned the behind schedule is the last speaker is President Biden. So like you don't want it to go too late because you might like lose some viewers on the East Coast, right? I mean, if I would think they don't want Biden starting his speech at like 11:30 Eastern time or something like that. You in theory want to have it at a time when all the country is watching. So I was wondering if they're maybe going to cut a speaker from the schedule or something, because they are a bit behind. I think I think it actually got started late, if I remember right. I don't know if it had to do with the protests or I actually saw a report that there was a bit of a line to get in. Who was it? Who said this? I actually reposted it. It was where is it here? I'm trying to find it, but I posted it on Jennifer Bendery was reporting that she's with HuffPost. She was reporting that it was a really long line to get in. So I do wonder if they might like remove a speaker or something like that, because again, I don't. It'd be kind of weird if Biden comes out at like 11:30 Eastern time to speak. I would think they'd want him to speak before that, but we'll see. We'll see. So the next speaker is supposed to be Jamie Raskin and then Jasmine Crockett. So I appreciate you guys being with us. Oh, thanks to our member, Just Me. Thanks to Mork from Ork for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, hold on a second. Here we go.
Please welcome Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin.
I can't play the music, but I will let you hear. Oops. I will let you hear him speak right now.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention. Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality. You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women. Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. he calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right, we're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Please welcome Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett.
All right, I just have to mute the music while she is coming out, and we will be hearing from Jasmine Crockett, U.S. Representative from Texas.
Well, good evening, America! On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all. He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th, Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first Attorney General in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials, but what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume. Is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
That was Jasmine Crockett. Do we have a video? I can't play the sound on the video. So I'm gonna speak during the video because I can't play the sound underneath. Hey, President Biden will be speaking too, and actually the First Lady will be speaking before that. Yeah, we have a few more. We have a number of speakers coming up still. I mean, if they don't change the schedule, I think President Biden might be speaking around 11:30 Eastern time or something like that. Anyways, really happy to have you with us here. I want to say a quick thanks to BDK and Mr. Blanksalot and Althea Toon and Schaff for your support, and also Jeff1202 and PeaceFrog71 over there on Twitch. This is Agenda Free TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the Democratic Convention. We will be doing so every night this week from Monday through Thursday, just as we did for the Republican Convention. We did some protest coverage earlier today. If there's big protests sometime this week, I assume we'll do some coverage on that as well, and we'll cover other big news that happens too. So it's good to have you here, and I appreciate that we can have people in our chat rooms who have all kinds of different political views. That's super cool. Just please keep it civil and respectful in the chat. I shouldn't have to go into detail about what that means, but really appreciate also our moderators. Our moderators there in the chat, they are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms. We couldn't have it without the mods. So huge thanks to our moderators. I might have a... hold on. I think I'm going to get cut off here. Hold on a second. Let's see. All right, hold on. Speaker speaking.
A baby, packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately,
for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Two years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, "What happened to you happened to me." Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now, I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others, Governor Andy Beshear.
All right, this is Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky, who was considered a possible vice presidential pick. So we're going to listen to Governor Beshear of Kentucky as soon as the music stops playing. He is a Democrat, and we will hear him in 2 seconds. Hold on.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Okay, Senator Warnock is next from Georgia. Reverend Raphael Warnock. I am just talking during the music, but the music will be over in a second, and we will listen to Senator Warnock speak. Hang on.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, and investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working, they just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith. And keep looking up.
Please
That was
welcome
Senator-
Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Okay, so here's Senator Coons. Very soon, we're going to hear from the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and we're going to hear from President Biden very, very shortly. After Senator Coons is the First Lady. Hold on.
Chicago, are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. Thank you all. We love Joe.
All right, hold on, hang on a moment. All right, hold on. All right, so I can't play the music with this. I can't play the video with the music under it. That is not Senator Chris Coons. All right, so the First Lady, Jill Biden, is supposed to speak next, and then Joe Biden's daughter is going to introduce him. So that is oh, this is about Jill Biden here. So the night has run late because. And also, they did cut somebody. James Taylor is supposed to sing, actually. So I don't. But Grace Meng was supposed to speak, member of the U.S. House of Representatives from New York. She did not speak, so maybe she'll speak later this week. But I was saying earlier how the night is running late. So it is now 11:12 p.m. Eastern time, and we still have on the schedule the First Lady is supposed to speak next, and then a performance from James Taylor, singer James Taylor, and then. Ashley Biden, Joe Biden's daughter, is going to introduce him. Hold on, I think the First Lady's coming out right now. Hold on.
United States, Jill Biden.
Here's Jill Biden. Hold on. All right, I can't play the music, so we're going to hear the First Lady and soon President Biden after the First Lady. All right, let's listen to the First Lady speak. I can't play the music. Hang on one moment. They have the Jill signs up. Nope, still music. Still music. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that was the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. So we're going to hear very shortly from President Biden. We have, in theory, James Taylor is going to perform, which I can't play because it'll be maybe copyrighted music. And then President Biden's daughter will introduce him. Oh, no, I think that's Ashley Biden right now. Okay, maybe no James Taylor. All right, here we go. Oops, sorry. Hang on. Gonna let the music stop.
I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C., tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Beau, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, And he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Beau to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Beau is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Beau passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
All right, so here comes President Biden. I gotta wait till the music stops playing, but he was just introduced by his daughter, Ashley, and so we are gonna hear President Biden address the Democratic Convention. Again, I am just waiting for the music to stop, and then I can play the audio. So I will have the audio for you live. There is President Biden and his daughter, Ashley, and I appreciate you being with us for our coverage of the Democratic Convention, night 1. Okay, hold on. Let me see if the music's still playing. Yes, it is still playing. The music is still playing. So, hold on. He's about to start. He's about to start. I was thinking before, can you believe, what was it? It was like a month, what was it? Less than 2 months ago, he was debating. And if somebody had told you it would be the DNC and Kamala Harris would be the nominee, I don't think you would have believed them. That would have seemed so crazy to you. That debate was less than 2 months ago. But here we are. And now he's speaking on night 1. So it just quite a turn of events. But let's hold on a second here. We still got the music going. They have the We Love Joe signs have been given out. So hang on, let's wait. Big applause, unsurprisingly, for President Biden. But wow, what of a turn of events. Again, I will turn the audio on as soon as he starts speaking, so we get no music. All right, hold on. No, they're still playing the music. They're still playing the music. So he's going to end up speaking at about 11:30 Eastern time. Big applause for Biden. Sorry for the James Taylor fans. It looks like James Taylor might have been cut for time. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so... I tell you what,
My dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. For as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. You all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you, are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer, The winter is past, and with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the Big Pharma. But look, well, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they can get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, but thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senator from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and they acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look, Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it, but guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own Chief of Staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country, he called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. Ten days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread, until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. You haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security in the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma and making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased our taxes, we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harris and Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. I made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, I have to stop the music playing. That was President Biden. That is the last speaker, brings to a close. Well, I think they might do something at the end of right at the end of the first night of the convention. But that was President Biden. We heard from the First Lady. We heard from his daughter, Ashley, and then we heard from President Biden. So that is the last main speaker of the first night of the convention. He spoke for about 50 minutes. He talked about his record. He talked about things that... hold on a second. No, they're playing music now. He talked about things that Kamala Harris would do as president, and we're going to take a few comments from you in a second. I want to see what's happening here. There is Kamala Harris and the second gentleman as well on stage. So again, I'm sorry I can't play the music, but that I cannot do. So as we watch Biden and Harris and their spouses on stage. A quick thank you, by the way, to Street Logic for your support, Bebop and Rocksteady, Allie B from Tennessee, Matthew Cox. Oops, hold on a second. The families are coming out. I think I saw Hunter Biden. Thank you also, Krista Barisi. There's Hunter right there. If I'm seeing correctly. So we have families on the stage. Are they still playing music? I think they are. I think they are. Yeah, they're still playing music, guys. Sorry. You can see the "Thank You, Joe" background. Sorry, I don't mean to be in the way of. I don't mean to be in the way of the family. You know what? I might have a here. I might have here. No. There you go. Appreciate you being with us tonight for our coverage. Okay, they're waving. I think there's actually a thing at the end. I think it's not the end of the. It's not the end yet because there's the gavel out. There's the benediction. The benediction is coming up, and then the gavel out. So we still have that. We're not done. Thank you, Mr. Blanks, a lot. I appreciate that. Okay, President Biden is making his way off the stage. Still got music playing? Oh, we still got music playing. We're going to be covering nights 2 through 4 on Tuesday through Thursday, right here. And if there's big protest stuff, we may be doing more protest streams like we did this afternoon. Oh, thank you, Mr. Blanks, a lot. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, also over on Twitch, I want to give a thank you to Anubis. Thanks, Anubis, for your support. And Tech Slug and Relila. And Bowie Yuhan. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Now, again, we're supposed to be a benediction coming up. We're not done yet. Oops. Nope, still playing music. Still playing music. See, it says benediction. It says benediction. Oh, here we go, right here. We got the benediction coming up.
Tonight's convention theme, for the people, hint at the inclusive, bridge-building messages and policies the Democratic Party will require to succeed not only in November, but long after that. No prayer better unites Jews, Christians, Muslims, and others of faith, along with Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and undecideds, that the threefold priestly Cohenite benediction presented in the Bible. It is divided into three in order to shower the following blessings of gratitude, hoda'ah, upon my fellow Delawarean, President Joe Biden, for more than 50 years of selfless, effective public service. Joy, simcha, in public discourse and policy encouraged by Governor Tim Walz. And light, or, combined with freedom, cherut, inspired by Vice President Kamala Harris's vision for America. Please respond in unity with a heartfelt Amen after each of these three ancient Hebrew benedictions.
Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May God bless you and protect you. Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'yichunecha. May God deal kindly and graciously with you. Yesadnai panav elecha v'yesem lecha shalom. May God turn toward you and grant you that most precious gift, the gifting of wholeness and the gift of peace. And let us say a heartfelt Amen.
Most gracious, kind, and loving God, we thank you for this tremendous gathering of people invested in our nation's progress. Lord, as we look upon our leadership, we see what you require of us. To do justice, like the Justice Vice President Harris has championed her entire career. To love mercy, like the mercy Governor Walz has modeled as a lifelong public servant and educator. And to walk humbly, like the humility President Biden has embodied with decades of outstanding servant leadership. Oh God, as we strive to work for the people, we pray you will unite our nation. Help us to choose hope over hostility, compassion over callousness, and liberty over tyranny. We recognize that we are living through paradoxical times, times that are precarious yet promising. But through God who gives us beauty for ashes, all things are possible. Lord, bless the work of our hands until the weak and meek become purposeful and powerful, and until the marginalized and disenfranchised become energized and mobilized. Inspire us to stand with our fellow Americans so this nation will be a light that shines for you. In the name of our loving and redeeming God we pray. Amen.
Okay, I think there's one more thing. I think this is the gavel out. I think this is the gavel out.
Night one of the Democratic National Convention has officially come to an end. What an incredible day. Thank you, President Biden, from the bottom of my heart. You have restored the soul of our nation. You have given us all hope. The chair will now entertain a motion to recess our convention until Tuesday, August 20th at 6 p.m. Is there a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. We'll see you tomorrow night, everybody.
That's it. That's the end of night one. I kind of like all in flavor. So there we go. End of night one, guys. So there you go. At 11:29 local time. I don't have a schedule yet for tomorrow. If they had sent me one, I would show it to you, but I don't have one yet. Ooh, hold on. I might have one. Do I have one? No, I just have something about day one. I don't have anything about day two. Let me actually check their site and see if they have anything up for day two yet for schedule-wise. Oh, there's the logo. There's the logo. There is the logo. Where is it here? James Taylor and I believe Congresswoman Grace Meng, I think they got cut for time because it was just running too late. That is my guess, is they got cut for time. Schedule, Tuesday. Tuesday night, according to the schedule, the main programming is from 6 to 10 Central Time. So that would be 7 to 11 Central Time, I guess. Let me check this here. Yes, so actually, yes. So this live event has ended. There you go. All right, let me get back on myself, and so I can take a few comments from you guys. I'll take a few comments from you. Okay. I'm going to take out my earphones, my AirPods. We're going to freeze for a second here. Hold on. My things might freeze for about 2 seconds, but it'll be wonderful to get these out. So tomorrow, the main program tomorrow is 6 to 10 Central Time, 7 to 11 Eastern Time. Although that could go wrong. So could go long. So we'll definitely cover that. And yeah, so somebody just said, "Oh, are you going to be live streaming protest?" Oh, hold on one sec. Wait 1 sec. 1 moment here. 1 moment. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. So we will be definitely carrying the convention. Well, unless there's some kind of crazy huge news event going on. But in terms of protests, there's no. I'm not aware that there's not, like today, like a bunch of the news agencies were like AFP and Reuters were planning protest coverage because there was a big protest scheduled for today. I know there's a big protest scheduled for Thursday. I'm guessing with Tuesday and Wednesday, it's just kind of like a play it by ear thing. You know, we'll have to see what the protest activity is like. So I can't say for sure whether we'll be covering it. It just depends on what's going on, basically, and whether I have some footage I can show you. So that's certainly a possibility, but I can't promise anything. By the way, Mr. Blanks-a-lot, that is so generous of you. That is really nice of you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. I really appreciate your support. It's very, very generous of you. Thank you for your support. Also, Jay Rama, thanks for your support, Jay Rama. Much appreciated, Jay Rama. Let me take a few comments from you guys. Also, Crex82 on Twitch. By the way, we should shout out our moderators. I mean, I think if you've been in the chat tonight, you know this is not an easy chat to moderate. It's never easy, but especially difficult for political streams. And but the reason that we can have a chat, the reason that we can have a forum for people of different views to talk with each other, which is great, that's just thanks to our moderators. We couldn't do it without our moderators. So let's give a huge shout out to all of them. We've been on all day and we've had moderators here all day. RJ is here right now over there on YouTube. And all the other YouTube moderators who've been here. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Cynthia Moon is there. Cynthia says her hair got grayer after modding tonight. Also on Twitch, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev and all of our other Twitch mods who've been there. And over on Facebook, we have had a bunch of moderators here. Oops, hold on a second here. I'm going to tell you. For example, Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Charlotte Webb, and Christina Neal, and any others. Valerie Gale Griffin, any others I might be missing too. Also, thanks to Street Logic. Thank you, Street Logic, for your support, and also Krista Barisi. Thank you so much, Krista. So what did you guys have any general comments? I got to check. I'm so behind. People have been sending me messages all day. There wasn't really time to take many comments during the convention because the speakers were like one after the other, you know. So unfortunately, I didn't have much time to take your comments during the convention. So I'd like to take a few right now. Been a busy day. A busy day. What did you guys think? Let's see. A poll. I don't know what poll to do. I know people always like polls. I'm going to do a poll maybe about, because people were asking about protests, so I'm going to do a poll about tomorrow. The poll is going to be, do you think, will there be big protests tomorrow? I don't know. So I'm going to just ask, I'll just ask that question because I don't know. So let's ask that for a poll question. There you go. Will there be a big protest tomorrow? I'm posting it on YouTube right now. I'm going to post it on Twitch right now too. Yes or no question. And I'll show you what you guys think about this. Hold on one moment here. One moment. Okay. Here, by the way, is an Associated Press story. Biden gets a rousing ovation from Democrats as he gives Harris his enthusiastic endorsement. All right, let me show you what the YouTube chat is saying about this poll question. Will there be big protest tomorrow? Now, I didn't really define big, but figure maybe we have somewhat similar definitions of it. Well, you know, a lot of our viewers, 70% on YouTube, think there will be big protest tomorrow. I have no idea. I just do not know. I do not know. And then over there on Twitch, our Twitch viewers say more. 76% of our Twitch viewers say there will be big protests tomorrow. Waltham, our viewer, says speeches were quick and there was less transition time at this convention. So what I think happened is I don't think it's happened. I know this happened. They ran quite late. And I think a significant part of that was because it started late. I don't know why it started late. Well, I'm almost positive it started late because I remember we were covering the protests. And I remember it was 6:15 Eastern time when they were supposed to start at the convention and it hadn't started yet. So I believe they started late. Now maybe there's other reasons things went long, but I mean, Biden was not supposed to speak at starting at 11:30. So I believe that like there were some speakers who might have shortened their speech. I wouldn't be surprised if Jill Biden was supposed to speak for longer, but I don't know. They actually cut a couple speakers, it looks like, but they were really trying to move things towards the end. They were just going from speaker to speaker, but I think they just wanted to get make sure that they kind of tried to stick to some kind of schedule, but. It was interesting seeing Hillary Clinton speak, I think, no matter what you think of her. I think it was interesting seeing her speak at the convention. But let me know your thoughts. All right. So anyways, if you look at the numbers, 70% of our YouTube viewers think there will be a big protest tomorrow, and 73% of our Twitch viewers, at least the ones voting in the poll, think that. Well, I will certainly keep an eye out for it, and if there is big protest activity, we very well might do another protest coverage stream. Hey, Crispy, I like this thought. Crispy says, Republican or Democrat, we are on the same side. And thank you for your support, Crispy. I really appreciate that. Also, wow, Timothy Hand, that is so nice of you, Timothy Hand. Very much appreciate your support. Very generous of you, Timothy Hand. Thank you. Ken Snyder was a big fan. Our viewer, Ken Snyder, thought night one was amazing. You know, some of the people I think we have some Biden supporters and some people who don't like Biden in our chat. So I'm sure we have different views of the first night of the convention. Chris Allred says, I was surprised Biden spoke so late. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this. There was a debate. There was a debate going on social media among like journalists and people who analyze like I would say like pundits. And there was a bit of a debate going. Well, one debate was like, is it a big deal he's speaking this late? Is it insulting to him that he's speaking this late? And there was this whole other thing going on, which is like, I had this thought. I actually texted somebody I know. I said, like, if you want to be like conspiratorial about it, to paraphrase what I said, the conspiracy version would be that, that they don't want him to speak that they want him to speak late because they want to keep Kamala Harris separate from Joe Biden. Now this isn't what I actually think was happening. I was making like a joke to my friend saying, you know, that would be the conspiracy theory, is that, oh, they're trying to push him later so fewer people see him, which I don't think really happened. But after I messaged my friend that, I checked online, and there is like this debate going on among some people about like whether that was really the case. So like Nate Silver posted that he thought that was the case, that this was intentional, that he was going on so late. Let me actually find right here. Hold on. I don't want to do injustice to Nate Silver, but he is a elections analyst and political commentator and that kind of thing. What does it say here? Where is it here? Yes, so Nate Silver posted on X. He said, "You've got to be pretty naive to think the prolonged DNC tonight is for any reason other than diminishing Biden's visibility." So what Nate Silver was saying is that he believes it was intentional that Biden was going on so late because they wanted to like reduce how many people watched him. Now, as I said, I don't think that's the case, but I just want to let you know that there's this debate out there about this. So, but another part of this I was seeing debated was like, is it disrespectful to Joe Biden? I mean, he's the president. He did voluntarily step aside for the good for what he believed and what the party believed was the good of the party. And then he didn't get to speak until 11:30 Eastern time. So I don't, again, these are interesting questions. I don't have answers for you. But Danny G thinks, Jeffrey B thought it was disrespectful. Now, Susie thinks it worked for Biden. Susie Iris thinks it worked for him. And look, now, by the way, it's 11:30 on the East Coast when he started speaking, but it's not 11:30. It's not 11:30 Central Time. Although it's still late. I mean, he finished at 12:20 East Coast time, which is 11:20 Central Time. And this is a weekday. It's not a weekend, so it is pretty late. It is pretty late. Derek Hansen seems unlikely. They just ran very long. So I don't know. I wonder if, behind the scenes there's this huge, there's some discussion of this. I wonder if people in the Biden camp are upset about it. I just don't know. Deborah J said that did not work at all. Let's see. Misunderstood says, my husband and son-in-law were talking about this also. It's like the dead zone hour of TV. Jennifer 918 says, Biden was very much associated with Harris. He kept referencing her, and she was right there on camera. No attempt to separate silly. Sheila S. says, why does everything have to be political? Nicolette Parker thought he did an awesome speech. Cynthia Moon says, I know older people who stay up late and others will go to sleep at 7 p.m. So anyways, that debate, you might hear more about that debate. I'll let you debate it more amongst yourselves if you'd like. Should we do a poll question? Maybe we'll do another poll question. Was it disrespectful to Biden to have him speak at 11:30 p.m.? Have him start at 11:30 p.m.? Have him speak so late. He started at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll do one more poll question. All right, let me post it here. Come on, we got our finger on the pulse of what America is talking about. Here we go. Okay, let's see what you guys think. Let's see what you guys think. Then one of our viewers, Raul Julia says, "Well, yeah, why would a political rally be political?" Okay, so over on YouTube, in response to my question, was it disrespectful to Biden to have him speak so late? 60% say no and 40% say yes. Hang on a moment. That is an Associated Press article I have on the screen right now, by the way. And then on Twitch, our Twitch viewers, what do they have to say about this? They say 75% say no. I thought more of you might say yes. This is interesting. So on Twitch, it's 24% no, 24% yes, 76% no, and on YouTube, it is 39% yes, 60% no. Hey, thank you, JD. That's so nice of you, JD. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Also, Kay Body, who's a moderator, gave 5 people memberships. Wow. Make sure you thank Kay if she gave, or anybody else who gave you a membership or gift subscription. So thank you, Kay. And also, thank you so much to Dominic Shiro. Hey, Dominic, that's so nice of you. Thanks for supporting the channel, Dominic Shiro. Danny G thought Biden seemed fine, a little angry. Yeah, he went on at 11:30 Eastern and got done at like 12:20 Eastern. Oh, thank you also. Hey, Jay Rama, that's so nice of you. Jay Rama just gave 5 people memberships as well. Make sure you thank Jay if you got a membership. Thank you, Jay. That's awesome. Thanks so much. All right. So most of you do not think it was disrespectful to Biden to have him speak so late. Interesting. Interesting. So tomorrow night, according to Axios, former President Obama will speak tomorrow, and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, will speak tomorrow, and Illinois Governor Pritzker will speak tomorrow. I also heard Michelle Obama is going to speak. I heard that today. I think. Did I hear this right? Or am I wrong? Let me see. Let me double check. Oh, no, Axios says Michelle Obama to address convention on Tuesday. So are she and Barack Obama both going to speak? Yes. According to Axios, both Michelle and Barack Obama will speak. That's what Axios is saying. That's Tuesday night. Ooh, I think I got a little article here. Hey, look, I got it. Check it out. I got a little preview from Associated Press. What to watch as the Democratic National Convention enters its second day in Chicago. Hot off the virtual press, this article. The Obamas will speak Tuesday night. Former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama are returning to the city they once called home to take the stage in support of Harris's nomination. They're expected to headline the second night of the convention. Okay. Michelle Obama is expected to argue how Harris's experiences and values make her qualified to serve as president. Barack Obama will focus on what Democrats need to do in order to defeat Trump in the general election. Harris's husband, second gentleman Doug Emhoff, will speak. J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois, will also speak. All right. The theme for Tuesday night, is a bold vision for America's future, a defined pivot toward a new generation for Democrats and their leadership. After a Monday night that flicked at Harris's possibility but also lauded the legacy of Biden and his decades of accomplishment, convention organizers now appear ready to shift toward the next stage of their journey. Okay. More protests are planned. More protests are planned near the site of the DNC, says Associated Press. You know, some protesters broke down a part of a security fence today. I didn't know this. Some protesters dressed in black with their faces covered dragged pieces of the broken fence back to a park near the United Center where the convention is being held. Really? They dragged the pieces of the fence away? I didn't know this. I do know that we were watching as part of the fence was broken, though. Trump will be in Michigan for a crime and safety event tomorrow, while J.D. Vance hosts something similar in Kenosha, Wisconsin. All right. Yes, so good question. Lisa Spann says, are the delegates going to vote? The delegates actually already voted. I know that sounds strange, but the delegates have officially voted on who the nominee is. That was a virtual vote. It was done, I believe, sometime in the last few weeks. I'm going to pull up something about that right here, but there's going to be a ceremonial roll call. It's not going to be an actual roll call that has real effects, because the vote has already been done. So let me see if I can find you this about the convention. It's more just for show. Let's see. Was it here? I had an article about that. Right here. This is from Associated Press as well. Convention delegates were nominated Harris again. This time there's less suspense and more pizzazz. Right here, see, it says it's been actually nearly 2 weeks since Vice President Harris officially won the Democratic nomination in an online vote. It's the first time a nominee was named prior to a party's convention. But the roughly 4,700 delegates did so virtually on their laptops and devices. There was none of the pomp and fanfare that there usually is. Democratic Party leaders hope to make up for that by holding a ceremonial vote. And I don't know what day, the DNC is calling it a ceremonial roll call. When is it? Tuesday. Oh, it's Tuesday. Okay. Delegates were, well, this is tomorrow night. It was Monday afternoon for the Republican convention. So tomorrow night, it's actually tonight, because it's Tuesday here. Tuesday night, delegates will gather on the convention floor to cast their symbolic votes. It is the third consecutive Democratic convention when the roll call was held on a Tuesday. Okay. For decades, they held it on Wednesday. The ceremonial roll call will follow the general format in the past convention roll calls with some stylistic flourishes. State delegations will still call out their votes from the convention floor. Fine. Each presentation will be accompanied by a song to represent the delegation. I'm going to be hitting the mute button a lot tomorrow night when they play the song, the walk-up song kind of thing for each state. All right. Anyways, we'll talk more about this tomorrow night. But there is a ceremonial roll call Tuesday night. How about that? Oh, thank you, Timothy Hand. Thank you, Timothy Hand, and congrats on your newborn son, Timothy Hand. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much for your kind words about the channel and your support. Timothy Hand, thank you. Have they ever done it online before? So I don't know. What was it in 2020 with the, I don't know what was done in 2020 with the roll call vote. I'm seeing if it says anything here. I don't know if they ever did one online before. I mean, there's only a limited number. The internet has only been around for like the last, 30 years? So I guess they could have done one by phone, but I don't know that they've done an online roll call before. I mean, it did say in the article, didn't it say in the article that was the first time the Democrats had... Yes, it was the first time a nominee was named prior... There wouldn't have been another one. Because the article in AP says this is the first time a nominee was named prior to a party's convention. Now, I don't know if this is if why this happened was, remember, there was a concern. Biden was the nominee, and then after that debate, there was a big call among some in the party to have Biden step down and to step aside, and then some in the party were planning this thing where to head off that replace Biden movement. They were going to have Biden get officially nominated like several weeks before the convention. And before Biden had announced he was not going to run, there was this looming debate about this movement to have the roll call early. So it kind of seems like when Biden stepped aside, and he endorsed Harris, and all the other main people you guessed might have run for it said I'm not running. It seems like they just kind of slotted her into that. So I don't know if they hadn't already been thinking of an early online roll call, virtual roll call for Biden. I don't know if they would have just done it for her. Maybe it was the plans were already in place and they just figured they'd do it for her just to get just to make sure everything was done. But I guess it's the first time it's ever happened. Oh, thanks, Eamon O'Leary, who says that was epic. Quite a day today. We were on for the protests and then for the convention. Went one from one to the other. All right, we'll take a few more comments here. Yeah, we covered the full Republican convention. You can go back and watch. We covered every night of the Republican convention, every speaker. Covered the whole thing. Let me read a few more comments here. Walter Beasley says, RNC, DNC, great job. I don't know if he means the conventions or the broadcast. He might mean both. But hey, let me just say thanks to Walter again, because he is such an incredible supporter of the channel. I think he's saying the convention did a great job. But either way, Walter's awesome, and Walter is such a generous supporter of the channel, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Walter. Let's see here. Just checking for some other messages here. Bradley Moore mentioned to me that Trump posted tonight that... Where is it? Did he post this today or not? Hold on. I can't even find it now. Or was this post? That post might have been before. Oh, so Trump posted. Now remember, Harris and Trump are supposed to debate on September 10th. So Trump posted tonight on Truth Social, and he said, Comrade Kamala Harris has just informed us she will not do the Fox News debate on September 4th. Now, this would be just 6 days before the other debate. Now, maybe they'll do a second debate. Trump says, I am not surprised by this development because I feel she knows it is very difficult at best for her to defend her record-setting flip-flopping on absolutely everything she once believed in, including her statements that, capital letters, there will be no fracking in Pennsylvania, and her, in capital letters, horrible performance on the border, our borders are, where millions of criminals and people from mental institutions and terrorists have been allowed to pour into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. It's called, and she loves it, an open border. Rather than debate on September 4th, I have agreed to do a tele-town hall anchored by Sean Hannity for Fox. It will take place in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Details to follow. I am not surprised, given that they were debating on September 10th, that she's not going to debate on September 4th. But there may be a second debate. I'm not sure. So, anyways. But they are supposed to debate on September 10th. So that is from Trump. Thank you to Bradley Moore for letting me know he had posted about that. Thanks, Bradley. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, I think I don't know why the September 10th debate would not happen. I just don't know if there'll be a second one. It's going to be September 10th on ABC News. That's where it's going to be. September 10th on ABC News is going to be the Trump Harris debate. And I believe, is it October 1st? Is it October 1st for the vice presidential debate? Yes, October 1st for the vice presidential debate. Maybe there'll be more than one of each. I do not know. Let's see here. Yeah, I got to close the poll. Sorry, I thought I closed the poll and I didn't. My bad. All right, guys, it is right now, it is 1 a.m. We're going to wrap this up very shortly. Oh, I guess there's a few rocket alerts. Yeah, so with the rocket alerts and the drone alerts in Israel, they happen every day, basically. I'll keep an eye on them, but rocket alerts or drone alerts does not mean some huge attack. The huge retaliation is happening. But I will certainly keep an eye on them. If there's huge news from the Middle East, if there's like a huge thing going on in the Middle East, I will certainly come on the air and report on it. Okay? But those are things that do happen. Like right now, there's a bunch of rocket alerts. But again, those are a regular occurrence. So I'm not going to focus on those for the moment. It is late. This is in northern Israel. All right. Hey, thank you, Mr. Blanks a lot. Thank you so much, Mr. Blanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're going with Mr. Blanks a lot. That's what we're going with. Hey, thanks so much. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Guys, I think we're getting to that time. It's 1 o'clock. It's after 1 o'clock. I think we are getting to that time, folks. So Derek Ellis says DNC plan to hold a virtual vote anyways for Biden or Harris because of Ohio ballot law. Let me just say this without getting into it. The Ohio ballot law thing was was false. Ohio, and I posted about this. Ohio changed the Ohio legislature passed something and the governor signed it that was a fix. Because originally, Ohio, the law there said that you had to get your nominee to them to be on the ballot before the date that was the date of the Democratic convention. But they passed in Ohio this year, in the legislature, signed by the governor, a fix for that. So they were not actually required. There was no requirement for Democrats to get the name of the nominee to Ohio before their convention. I kept hearing people say this, and it seemed to me like they might be lying just to get it done, because again, go back on my posts. I found it from the legislature and the governor. They did pass a fix for it. That issue was not an issue anymore. Okay, so I don't want to get into that debate now, but that there was a fix passed for it. I wish I had my my post. I wish I could search can I search my own posts? Can you do that on Twitter? Because if I could find you the evidence I posted of it. Thank you, Derek, though. Yes, I have it right here. I found it. State House News Bureau. DeWine signs Biden Ohio ballot fix. And it says it right there, and you can find the links to it. I'll post the link. I'm going to post the link to the article. If you want to look it up, I'm posting the link right now. Go look for yourself. Read it for yourself. Read it for yourself. House Bill 2, right here. An act to delay the deadline for a major political party to certify its presidential and vice presidential candidates to the Secretary of State for the 2024 general election. They signed this. They passed it. They signed it. The governor signed it. That's the fix right there. So it was not an issue. But thank you, Derek, for bringing it up so I could talk about it. Okay. Anyways, we got to wrap this up. We got to wrap it up. Hang on a second here. Hey, I want to say a big thanks to all of you for joining us for our coverage. We will have more coverage we will be covering the Tuesday night session, which will come on a little before then, but the Tuesday night session goes from 7 Eastern time to 11 Eastern time, 6 Chicago time to 10 Chicago time, I believe. Yes. So we'll have coverage. We'll come on before then. And I really appreciate you joining us tonight, and we'll have more coverage tomorrow. Thanks to Jim S. for your support. Thank you so much, Jim S. That's really nice of you. Let's again, remember, this is Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news. A lot of politics lately for obvious reasons, but we certainly don't cover all politics. So if you like the channel, you can subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. I highly recommend sign up for our notifications, because we have a free notification system. You sign up once, and then you get a send notification anytime we go live. I can go live at weird hours. Just depends on the news. The notifications are done through Discord. So the mods will post a link to the notifications, but sign up to those so you don't miss a stream. You can find the notifications link also in the YouTube and Facebook descriptions for this broadcast. Thank you, JD. That's so kind of you. JD, thank you for all your support tonight. Very much appreciated. JD, thank you. Huge thanks to our mods. Again, can't thank them enough. We've been on the air since the noon or 1 or something like that. So amazing. Thank you, moderators. Over there on YouTube right now, One Way Street, Ruth Krafasi, RJ, all of our other moderators who've been there today, Cynthia Moon, and all the rest, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. On Twitch, I Got That Fire, Sarah Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch mods who've been there. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Cynthia, Christina Neal, Valerie Gail Griffin, and all the other mods. Huge thanks to all of our moderators for being here today. And thanks so much to everybody who donated to the channel. That is so nice of you. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist. And also allow me to buy footage. A lot of footage today. We were showing the protest footage and the And the footage of the convention, that's all footage I buy. I don't steal footage. I buy it from Reuters and AFP. And so the only reason I can do that is because of your support. So thank you so much for all your support and the AP articles and everything like that. So thank you. Let's see. I will post updates, news updates when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner. Follow me over on X @Lookner for breaking news updates, @Lookner, @LOOKNER. And I will post the link to that in the chat. My X account. And by the way, you can follow Agenda Free TV as well. I post there whenever we go live and early, so you get a heads up there at Agenda Free TV on X when we're going live. So you can follow there as well. Let's see, did that post actually work? Let's see. Oh, it did work. Wonderful. Let's see. Hey, thanks to our Discord mods too. And by the way, if you check out the notifications link that we posted, the link to the notifications, you can also check out, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. A lot of our viewers like doing the chat. And that is at the same link as the notifications link. Let's see here. Now, oh, thank you, Lunali Syria for your kind words. Luna, and also, oh, if you do subscribe on YouTube, a quick reminder for those who subscribe on YouTube. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, which I think is good to have on, another way to find out when we're going live, you got to do this thing on YouTube. If you subscribe, you got to click that notifications bell and then choose all notifications. So if you want to get the notifications on YouTube, you can't just subscribe. You got to click the bell and then choose all. So do that. Also, what was I going to mention? We haven't been there lately because it's been so busy, but I do have a personal channel where I do some non-news live streaming. It is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. So if you like non-news chill live streams, you can check that out. We'll be back there one day. And I want to thank our Facebook subscribers for all of your support, like Eve Richards and Lou Green and Margaret Riley and Ronald Egnor and Kay Larry Body and Jane Summers and Robert Rial II and Marie Minicello and Michael Clayton and Billy Joe Drage, just to name a few of our Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much for supporting the channel over there. I really appreciate that. Hopefully I'm getting Leanne Ticknor and others. Also, our Twitch subscribers. Huge thanks to you, like Distance Galaxy, Jax Animals, Shaggy, Wall Street, Tech Slug, Parker War, and who else we got over there right now? Cole K. Meister, Hot Rodacy, all of our subscribers there. Let's see. I know there's more over there. We also have Relila. Thank you, Relila, for subscribing. And Fweeky Beats. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And Sarah and everybody else who subscribe on Twitch. Thank you. And Mr. Blanksalot. Wow, Mr. Blanksalot has been so generous tonight. That is so nice of you, Mr. Blanksalot. Really appreciate your support channel. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. Very generous of Mr. Blanksalot. Thank you. And also our YouTube members, like T. Lawton, Regina, Jesse James, Gina McKnight, Peasy Wheats. Thank you so much for being YouTube members and supporting the channel. Paul Tissue, Serenity, Wickedest Witch, UV Lightning, Danny G, Jason Holt, Susie Irish, The Lucky Minute, JD, Gina McKnight, Catch22, Hassel DeHoff, and Jen Dat, Susie Irish, AFK2996, Serge Deb, Jean Romaine, Roberts May Queen, Varya, CC Truck 17, Alex W. These are some of our YouTube members. Yael, thank you. Waltham, Eamon O'Leary, Regina, Salmon, Mayer, I Love Reading, Danielle Klingenberg, Jendat, Turquoise, Varya, Catch22, David Jack, and all of our other YouTube moderators as well. Oh, I just saw another rocket alert. I'll have to check on the rocket alerts when we get off the air. There was another one. Another one just popped up. Again, Rocket alerts are normal in Israel. They've been happening every day. It does not mean that there's some huge Iran or Hezbollah retaliation going on like we are expecting there might be. But if that does happen, I will certainly come on the air for it. And I will keep an eye up on the rocket alerts, and I can always do another stream if need be. Right now, there's just one alert in northern Golan, it looks like. But I will keep an eye out, guys. I will keep an eye out. All right. And thanks also to all of our viewers, everybody watching, and thanks everybody for sending me messages. I'm sorry I couldn't get to more comments tonight. It just was so busy with everything. But thank you, Chi-Town Deke. Thanks for watching. Jedi Chickens, and hold on a moment here, and Robin Pilas. Thanks for watching. Robert Law. Janice Keys Smith, Norma Plummer, and everybody else for watching. All right, it's time. It is time to wrap up this stream. All right, guys. Thanks, T. Lawton, for being here. NY Committee, thanks for watching. And we're going to wrap this up. UV Lightning and everybody else. Okay. So that is it for now. I appreciate you joining us for night one of the Democratic Convention. We will have night 2 coverage, probably starting sometime before 7 Eastern, because that's when it actually starts, maybe 6:30 or something Eastern. And if there's protest stuff tomorrow, we might come on and cover that as well. And if there's other news, we may be doing other streams. So that is it for now. Thank you so much to you for watching. Thanks to everybody for chatting. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks so much to everybody who donated. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.